course, we're all very happy to be here to once again reaffirm the very strong ties between the Philippines and the United States, ties that go back over 100 years. And considering the context in which we live these days, especially in my part of the world, this has evolved into as important a relationship as is possible to have. We must remember that the United States is our only treaty partner in the Philippines, and that has stood us in good stead over the years, certainly through the Second World War, and the cultural memory of all Filipinos, down to even the school children, is that our strongest, closest, most reliable ally has always been the United States. That is something that we value, that we are grateful for, and that we will continue to foster as we go on. With the leadership of President Trump, I am very confident that we will be able to achieve that. I think it is worthwhile to remember that it was President Trump who, in his first term, characterized the relationship between the Philippines and the United States as ironclad. And that has been necessarily the case since that time that you made that statement, sir. And it is something that the Philippines will always hold close to its heart. Thank you once again, and we are honored, and it is our great pleasure to be here and to visit with the President of the United States. Thank you, sir.
It's my great honor. Any questions, please? Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, do you think that Fed Chair Jerome Powell should resign?
No, I think he's done a bad job, but he's going to be out pretty soon anyway. In eight months, he'll be out. But I call him too late. He's too late all the time. He should have lowered interest rates many times. Europe lowered their rate 10 times. We lowered ours none. And it's causing a problem for people that want to buy a home. Look, our economy is so strong now, we're blowing through everything. We're setting records. You know that, you see that. And whether it's the Philippines or anyone else, we're setting records at levels that nobody's ever seen before. But you know what? People aren't able to buy a house because this guy is a numbskull. He keeps the rates too high, and probably doing it for political reasons. The only time I remember him cutting rates, I mean, he cut the rates just before the election to try and help.
Oh, awesome. Another fucking
whoever he was trying to help. He probably didn't
fucking Trump speech with mono audio.
$7 billion, they have a $900 million overrun. What is that? And that was
something just tickled my ear.
Another Biden deal. And this guy's building this building that's
What's up, guys?
severely overrun. And what does he need the building for? Why does he need space for more people? So they did a big study the other day, and they called all of the great intellects and the great economists and all of the great everything. And it was 71, and only 2 got it right. Me and another gentleman that happens to be very smart. 69 people got it wrong, and the Fed got it wrong, more wrong than anybody. And you know, he has these think tanks, and they build buildings for people that think. And it's really not thinking. It's a little bit of combination of thinking, but it's something you sort of have or you don't have. They don't. The job he's done is just terrible. You got to raise interest rates. You know, we should be at 1%. We should be leading the world.
Biden's conference room looked like a house flipper's kitchen, but I mean,
Over $1 trillion.
all the presidents always do something weird with the conference room.
We would be saving more than $1 trillion.
Trump's is particularly awful. Oh, hey, look, stereo.
I called yesterday.
What the absolute fuck is he saying? No one knows.
Big internal investigation to understand not their monetary policy, but everything else. The Fed has had big mission creep, and that's where a lot of the spending's going. That's why they're building these new or refurbishing these buildings. And I think they got to stay in their lane. And I think that based on the way they.
You guys see LMT was down 9% today?
It's inconceivable. I know the Fed very well that they can be spending $2.7 billion. To build
If only someone had said.
They don't do anything. It's the greatest job. You show up one day, a half a day, you make a little speech, the economy's doing well.
What happened?
It's not
Shit
doing well, we're
earnings.
gonna raise interest. And he's got it wrong. That's why I call him too late. TOO, too late. And it's really too bad.
I saw
But
the
it is
defense
affecting
sector
people
tickers
that
were
wanna buy
down.
houses, and that shouldn't happen. And you know, he should lower them. Those rates should be 3 points lower.
I said KSS
They
looked
should
bullish
be 3 points
yesterday.
lower.
I didn't have data on it though. I still don't have data on it.
I'd like to ask both of you
Yes.
one person. Mr. President Marcos, next year, Philippines is going to be the rotating chair of ASEAN. I wonder how do you plan to balance your relationship between the United States and China? And for President Trump, Kremlin yesterday said if you are going to Beijing in September, they wouldn't rule out a meeting between you and President Putin. Is such a meeting possible? And how soon do you plan to visit China?
Well, we have a lot of meetings possible. President Xi has invited me to China, and we'll probably be doing that in the not-too-distant future, a little bit out, but not too distant. And I've been invited by a lot of people.
I don't know. Root kind of slipped the inverse head and shoulders this morning a bit.
Well, well, we
Kinda concerning.
as you
Might
have
still
said,
benefit
we
from
are
Carvana earnings,
chairing
though.
ASEAN for 2026. There is no need, in a sense, to balance, as you characterize it, to balance our relationship between the United States and China, simply because our foreign policy is an independent one, and we are essentially concerned with the defense.
Would you
of
believe
our
me if I said my
territory and
baby is
the
cute?
exercise of our sovereign rights.
Congratulations on your
Now,
baby, Potato Tom.
whether,
But no, newborn children are a mess.
we need to do this.
Their eyes are weird.
And
Their
I
skin's
think
wrinkled in the
this
wrong
record is what
places.
has always been the United States, but of course we are trying to form coalitions and multilateral relations so that we, those like-minded nations who share the same values as we do, who hew to international law, most specifically the UNCLOS.
This is the Philippine president, I think.
Very clearly to anyone who has intentions of unilaterally changing the world order, and that is how we are guided in that.
And I don't mind if he gets along with China, because we're getting along with China very well. We have a very good relationship. In fact, the magnets, which is a
Yeah, they have that hole in the top of their head.
material, but the magnets are coming out, very well. They're sending them in record numbers. We're getting along with China very well, and I don't mind
Hey, Jen.
if the president dealt with China, if that's meant, because I think he has to do what's right for his country. I've always said, make the Philippines great again. Do whatever you need to do, but you're dealing with China wouldn't bother me at all.
Well, now it is something that we have to do in any case,
Yeah.
and certainly that.
Mr. President, do you support the Justice Department seeking a new interview with Ghislaine Maxwell? And do you urge the Attorney General to seek one?
I don't know anything about it. They're going to what? Meet her?
Your Deputy Attorney General has reached out to Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney asking for a new interview.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
Do you have any concern that your Deputy Attorney General, as your former attorney, would be conducting the interview, given?
No, I have no concern. He's a very talented person. He's very smart. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold, Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up to 2020 in the election. They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. When we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here. It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start, after what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. So people say, oh, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released. And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal. It's criminal at the highest level. So that's really the things you should be talking about. I know nothing about the other, but I think it's appropriate that they do go.
May I ask you about that, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard has submitted a criminal referral to the Department of Justice. From your perspective, who should the DOJ target as part of their investigation? What specific figures in the Obama administration?
Well, based on what I read, and I read pretty much what you read, it would be President Obama. He started it. And Biden was there with him, and Comey was there, and Clapper, the whole group was there. Brennan, they were all there in a room, right here. This was the room. This is much more beautiful than it was then, but that's okay. And nice pictures.
Yeah.
They came out of the vaults. They were in there for 100 years. This is much more beautiful. We have the Declaration of Independence now in the room, which wasn't here. I guess people didn't feel too good about putting it here, but I do.
Have you read
You
it?
know what? If you look at those papers, they have them stone cold, and it was President Obama. It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one they, look, he's guilty. It's not a question, you know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there, he's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even imagined, even in other countries. You've seen some pretty rough countries. This man has seen some pretty rough countries, but you've never seen anything like it. And we have all of the documents. And from what Tulsi told me, she's got thousands of additional documents coming. So President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill. Hillary Clinton and her group, the Democrats, spent $12 million to Christopher Steele to write up a report that was a total fake report. Took 2 years to figure that out, but it came out that it was a total fake report. It was made up fiction, and they used that. Now, the one thing they weren't able to do was to, and probably the only thing I respect
If the
about
market
press, and you
rockets
know
up
this,
on this,
the press refused to write it before the election. They refused to put it in. The Steele report was
there's a
all
synthetic
lies,
short at
all
6,300.
fabrication, all admitted.
Pretty big one.
An admitted fraud. She paid $12 million, and the Democrats, for that report to a wise guy named Christopher Steele. He wrote a phony report, and they wanted to get that report in before the election. And I'll tell you what, I talk about all the time, the fake news, how bad it is. But in this case, they wouldn't do it. They saw it, they read it, and they said, we don't believe it. And it was only after, substantially, like a month and a half after the election, that it got printed, and it was a big wisp. It was just like a bang of nothing, because the election had ended. If that report had gotten published by the New York Times or somebody, and I respect the Times for maybe only this, because they're crooked as you can be. They're a terrible paper, a crooked, corrupt paper.
Except for this one thing that they're right about.
They said, this is bullshit, we can't put this in. And neither could any other paper. Wall Street Journal's a lousy paper, very, very dishonest paper.
There he goes cursing in front
You
of
see, I'm suing them for
foreign
money.
dignitaries again.
Do things very badly. It's got a nice name, but it's really, in my opinion, it's a terrible paper, and it can be corrupt. But just so you know, they didn't take the Steele report. It was the dossier. Remember the famous dossier? I called it the fake news dossier. The news wouldn't publish it. And I'm amazed. They had 2.5 months. It was finished. 2.5 months. That was supposed to be what was going to happen. And it got published a couple of months after the election. And frankly, nobody cared too much about it. But that was a big thing. No, we caught Hillary Clinton. We caught Barack Hussein Obama. They're the ones. And then you have many, many people under them. Susan Rice. They're all there. The names are all there. And I guess they figured they're going to put this in classified information and nobody will ever see it again, but it doesn't work that way. And it's the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever read. So you ought to take a look at that and stop talking about nonsense, because this is big stuff. Never has a thing like this happened in the history of our country. And by the way, it morphed into the 2020 race. And the 2020 race was rigged, and it was a rigged election. And because it was rigged, we have millions of people in our country. We had inflation. We solved the inflation problem. But millions and millions of people came into our country because of that. And people that shouldn't have been, people from gangs and from jails and from mental institutions, people that we don't want in our country, and people that we're getting out, dangerous people. 11,888 murderers, many of them, 50%, more than 50%, murdered more than one person. I hate to say this with such a distinguished guest, but you know, they asked me a question. I got to answer the question. No, Barack Hussein Obama is the ringleader. Hillary Clinton was right there with him, and so was Sleepy Joe Biden, and so were the rest of them. Comey, Clapper, the whole group. And they tried to rig an election, and they got caught. And then they did rig the election in 2020. And then because I knew I won that election by a lot, I did it a third time, and I won in a landslide. Every swing state won the popular vote. But I won that all the same way in 2020. And look at the damage that was caused.
How crucial is the ammunition hub, and how crucial is the ammunition hub that the U.S. plans to build in Subic and the Luzon corridor, considering that these will be built in areas that hosts strategic ports as well as military air bases?
You're talking ammunition?
Yes, the U.S. House Congressional Committee on Appropriations approved a budget.
Well, it's very important. Otherwise, we wouldn't have approved it.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's very important. Otherwise, we wouldn't. We need ammunition. We're going to end up in a few months, we'll have more ammunition than any country has ever had. We're going to have more missiles than any country has ever had. We're going to have all the speedy missiles. We'll have the speedy ones, the slow ones, the accurate ones, the ones that are slightly less accurate. We have everything. But we will have more ammunition than any country has ever had. It's very important to me. Okay. Go ahead, please, Red.
Sir, when you say that you're close to making a trade deal, what gaps remain? And for President Marcos, sir, I was just wondering, do you not think that perhaps the Philippines hosting U.S. missile systems could be considered escalatory by China, especially because they can strike deep into China? Thank you.
Well, it's an honor to be with this gentleman. You know, I've known him, and I've known his family, actually, but I've known him. And I assume you're from the Philippines? Are you from the Philippines?
Yes, sir.
That's good. You're very lucky to be from the Philippines, right? It's a great place. But we're going to have a very good relationship. I mean, I know you had some problems with another president, and it was not your fault. It was the president's fault. And the country was maybe tilting toward China, but we untilted it very, very quickly. But you know, you had a country that was tilting toward China for a period of time, and I just don't think that would have been good for you. You can deal with China, you should deal with China, but when I got elected, everything changed, and they came right back to us. Say it again? Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. President, I just wanted to piggyback off the
Sorry, I
housing.
have a question to President Marcos.
Yes. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
It was about whether having U.S. missiles hosted in the Philippines could be considered escalatory by China.
All of what we consider part of the modernization of the Philippine military is really as a response to the circumstances that surround the situation around the South China Sea, and now what we used to refer to as Asia Pacific, which we have expanded now to the Indo-Pacific. And if we would certainly, like in any kind of military spending, we would wish that it wasn't necessary, but it is. And so that is what we are doing. And as an adjunct to the question about the ammunition production, this is actually the United States is assisting the Philippines in what we call our self-reliance defense program, which is to allow us to be self-reliant and to be able to stand our own.
Do you think the FBI switched his big red button for a big blue beautiful ball to keep him distracted?
And the reason that
Possibly.
we have encouraged more interaction with the United States is because it is, again, it is necessary. And it is not just with the United States. It is with all our neighboring countries and even countries as far afield as the Scandinavian countries, the EU. And so this is an ongoing process. And again, I will stress the point that we do this because we feel it is necessary.
And don't forget, just as tantamount to what you're asking, the Philippines were loaded up with ISIS and a lot of terrorists, and they were at very, very dangerous point. And during my administration, we went in and we wiped them out, working with the Philippines, but we wiped them out. But if we didn't go in, I don't know what would have happened. I don't know who would be your president right now. But we spent a lot of time and a lot of talent on going into the Philippines and wiping out terrorists. They had a tremendous problem during my administration. And we cleaned it up, we got them out, and now you really have a good, solid country again.
I believe so, yes.
How can you make it more resilient, sir?
Mr. President, I want to follow up on a housing question.
Yeah.
We've got no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. How important is it we have no tax on home sales, capital gains, to unleash the housing market in this country?
Well, we're thinking about that, but would also unleash it just by lowering the interest rates. If the Fed would lower the rates, we wouldn't even have to do that. But we are thinking about no tax on capital gains on houses. And I'm very impressed that you asked that question because nobody knew that. How did you find that out? That's very.
Fuck.
There's a leaker. There's a leaker.
Fucking allergies.
Very interesting world that we know more about two people at a Coldplay concert just hours after that viral video than we know of Thomas Crooks 1 year after attempting to assassinate you. What is holding back the investigation on Thomas Crooks?
Well, they've reported to me and they've told me things, and they really say they haven't found anything that was abnormal. I would say this: the Secret Service was very brave because they were right there and they jumped on me. They made a mistake. They should have had somebody on that roof, and they should have had communication with the local police, who also, I mean, they did a very good job. But they made some mistakes, and we have a whole different group of people now. I don't think anything can happen, but I think we have the best people anywhere in the world right now, and I think they've learned. And, they went into him very, in great detail. They gave me the whole thing, and what can I do? They say that it was just a nut job that was looking to do this, and I spoke with the FBI. The new FBI. I spoke to the FBI. If it was the old FBI, I wouldn't have believed a thing they said, because the old FBI under Comey was crooked as hell. He was one of the most crooked. Everybody should read the Horowitz report. Unfortunately, Bill Barr didn't use it. But the Horowitz report, not appointed by me, it was a report on Comey and the FBI. It is one of the worst shots at a human being I think I've ever seen. In fact, the New York Times did an editorial that was one of the worst editorials I've ever seen about anybody. That was about Comey. You ought to go back and get, and Barr didn't use it because he didn't have the guts to use it, or something happened, I don't know. Too bad. He went to Mr. Durham. Instead of doing the Durham, all they had to use is the Horowitz report. And I always felt badly for Horowitz, frankly, because he's a Democrat, I guess. He was appointed by a Democrat. But that report has gotten lost, and it shouldn't be lost. You should all go back. It should be mandatory reading. Go back and read the Horowitz report on Comey and his cronies, and you'll see exactly. We're going to add that to all the stuff that we found. It just confirms it. But what we found is even more so. Now, we found absolute, this isn't like evidence, this is like proof, irrefutable proof, that Obama was seditious, that Obama was trying to lead a coup, and it was with Hillary Clinton, with all these other people, but Obama headed it up. And, I get a kick when I hear everyone talks about people I never even heard of. It was this one. No, it was Obama. He headed it up. And it says so right in the papers. Got everything. This is the biggest scandal in the history of our country, and it really goes on to even the auto pen, because it all relates to the same thing. It all started, the same sick minds. You have an auto pen, which is a tremendous, well, we don't have a president, we have an auto pen that signs everything. I'll bet you sign everything. You don't have auto pens. Everybody, who doesn't sign? You're the president of a country, but it's all that whole thing leading right up to the end of it is the auto pen, and the auto pen was used by people, and Biden knew nothing about it. Biden knew nothing about it. They were signing documents that he knew nothing about. As an example, they released the Unselect Committee of Liability. The Unselect Committee spent 2 years grilling everybody, and then they destroyed all the evidence. You know why? Because the evidence made them guilty, and he gave them all a pardon. The Cheney, all the scum that was on the Unselect Committee, Cryan, Adam Kinzinger, and Democrats, and he gave them a pardon. Do you have something else, guys?
I was going to add one more thing on Adam Schiff. Director Pulte reports that Adam Schiff claims he lived in a one-bedroom apartment. How does a family of four, and you're a developer, a very successful developer, how does a family of four live in a one-bedroom apartment?
No, it looks like Adam Schiff really did a bad thing. They have him. Now, let's see what happens. It's not up to me. It's not up to, I stay out of it purposely. But it's mortgage loan fraud. It's a big deal. He defrauded banks and insurance companies and the federal government. But it's very simple. It's mortgage loan fraud. And you're right. That's a lot of people to live in a one-bedroom apartment, right? But he put it down. But he has a lot of other things far worse than that. So, no, Adam Schiff, they have him 100% on mortgage fraud. Now, if there's anybody else in this room except you would have no problem. But anybody else in this room, you'd have a problem. I'd have a problem. Yeah, please.
So there was a hearing yesterday in the Harvard case. Would you allow Harvard to get their federal dollars back as a part of any agreement with the administration?
No, I'm not giving. Harvard's been given $7 billion. Can you believe it? By the $7 billion, and we want money to go to all universities, not Harvard. Harvard got more than anybody else. They have $52 billion. They get huge tax incentives and tax breaks on that $52 billion. But they have $52 billion, and they got $7 billion over a short period of time. And we have a very hostile judge appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, a very, very hostile judge who knows exactly right from wrong. But you know, we expect to win it on appeal. She hasn't given a decision yet, but she's very hostile, and she was put by Barack Hussein Obama. And generally speaking, anybody that does that, we're gonna have problems with. So we don't expect to have. We won the case yesterday. Anybody that was there, that was a neutral, would say we easily won the case. But a lot of the case, and a big part of it's going to be how much money Harvard gets in the future. That's not part of the case, and they're not going to get very much.
Mr. President, where are we in terms of negotiating about the reciprocal tariff? How far are we
With who?
from
With the Philippines?
Yes,
Oh.
sir. How far
Are you
we
from the Philippines?
Yes, sir.
Good.
I'm from the Philippines. How far are we from achieving?
Well, it's tough. He's a very tough negotiator. So far, we're not there because he's negotiating too tough. In fact, I used to like him better than I do now. He's too tough. But we'll probably agree to something. But he is a strong negotiator. He loves your country.
Mr. President,
When are you coming to the Philippines, sir?
You talked a lot about the severe consequences that those who were involved in the Russia hoax must face. In your view, sir, what are the next steps now that these documents are out there in Tulsi Gabbard?
Well, the Justice Department would have to act. And we have a very competent, very good, very loyal to our country person in Pam Bondi, very respected, and it's going to be her decision.
Just a follow-up to that, sir. Kristi Noem was in New York City visiting an off-duty CBP officer who was allegedly shot this weekend by an illegal alien who came into the country during the previous administration.
Right.
What is your message to any local leaders who continue to push sanctuary city policies after this nearly tragic incident?
So the only thing I don't understand, because you like to understand things and we're all smart people and all, but why would they allow 21 million people into our country, unvetted, unchecked? You don't allow it. You wouldn't allow people then. He's tough. No, the country's run properly. Biden and his group of thugs, and I don't think it was Biden, I think it was the people that surrounded that beautiful Resolute desk right behind you. They allowed 21 million people, probably much more than that, and many of them came from jails and gangs and drug dealers and mental institutions, insane asylums. Many of them are very sick. 21 million, probably 25 million, probably even more than that. And we're getting them out. Many were murderers, as I said. They killed people. Many killed more than one person. Stone cold murderers. I don't understand why they would have allowed that. There's only two reasons: the vote, because they want voters. That's one reason. I don't think they would have done it for that because they cheat. You know, they're so good at cheating, they don't need that. But the vote, and the second reason is they hate our country. I think they hate our country. I actually do. And it's the biggest problem. I mean, much of our time is spent with, you know, we have the strongest border anywhere in the world now. Maybe even stronger than your border, if you can believe it. We have no people came in last month, 0, which is pretty amazing. I'm not even.
No way. Our border's stronger than the border in the Philippines.
So, but we had no people come in. A year ago, we had hundreds of thousands of people come in. Hundreds of thousands of people. And they flowed in. And if it wasn't for the election, it would have been millions of people came in last year. So millions of people prior to election time, they allowed millions and millions of people to come into our, I mean, you saw it. They'd open the gates. If you took an Alabama LSU football game that holds 128,000 people, I was there, 128,000 people, and I liked them and they liked me. But if you took that and doubled it, that's what used to flow into our country on a daily basis. It's not even believable. And we're getting them out, and we're starting with the worst ones. And we had a man shot yesterday, a police officer who's great gentleman, shot right here in the throat. Probably won't be able to speak again. But he was brave, and he shot the other guy, and they ended up getting him. And you saw the scene where his friend took him to a hospital and dumped him down on the sidewalk. The whole thing was crazy. But why would anybody do to our country what these Democrats have done? And honestly, we can never forget it. We can never forget it. What they have done, the damage that they've done to America is very, very sad. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Jesus fucking Christ. Where do you think this is going? Probably nowhere, because the fucking massive synthetic short at 6,300. I guess if that breaks, we could squeeze up. That'd be interesting. But the downside doesn't look super wild. I mean, major support on the 0DTs, like sold puts at 62.80. 75. There's bought puts 90 and 6,300. No one's buying calls right now, which is fucking weird. But is what it is. Probably to get the right to beg for a massive surveillance state. Well, that's what the big beautiful bill was for. That's why they didn't want the states interfering with AI for 10 years. Nice. Really? Right in front of my puts? Sorry, 1 second, guys. Just doing something. Why is Nove up a lot today? Well, more than normal. I don't know. Is there any news or anything? It's like a bounced off trend. It's just back at 13. Weak push, likely rejection. Pretty good chance of one, I think, yeah. Some sold puts coming in at 95, but not very many. Two is up bigly the last 2 weeks. I'm above my cost basis. You're welcome. No, I wouldn't want to get a 6300 butterfly. I'm actually not a big fan of doing butterflies at major strikes. Oh shit. Coal gang? Snort the coal. Bathe in the coal mud? Maybe the energy sector's having a good day. Maybe. I sold at 17cc on BTU anyway. Yeah, alright. You into that big beautiful coal? Yeah, I have a shitload of BTU, but my cost basis is real low. I've mostly just been collecting the dividend and waiting for it to go back up. Sometimes I sell calls on it if it has like a run on commodities. Sometimes the vol spikes and like selling CCs isn't too bad. Can you speak any pigeon? Isn't that, well, like something everyone speaks? Well, it's not just Hawaii, it's everywhere. It's any time you have groups of people that don't speak the same language in contact with one another. I gave it 5 multiple choice questions about accounting for crypto for a CPE class, and it got me a 40%. People trust this? What? Like Chat GPT? I fucking hope not. You also end up with a Creole and not pigeon. Well, Creoles develop off of pigeons, right? I don't. I think. Now with 2-1 OPEX had to be settled by order to fills by market open today. How does the market maker have to relieve exposure caused by run-ups on the options chain? Is it T3? They actually, okay, are you talking about like on ETFs? ETFs are still T3, T4. Doing a new small port challenge. Me too. Which reminds me, I need to I need to find it was supposed to be selling options. I just don't know what I want to sell them on. Hmm. Hmm. Fuck, all these stocks have run too hard. Oh. Every like shit stock in the market is up right now. Like 300%. No, positioning's not changing that much. There's some more bot pets to the downside than there were, but not a ton more. So some of those short puts pulled back. Still big synthetic short at 6,300. I guess some like puts came into the upside of 6,300. A few 6,305, 6,310. Every message I try to send is getting errored out. I had that the other day. I was trying to put messages in chat and like nothing was printing to chat. It's my chat. It should be completely unrestricted. Open's getting wrecked and it makes me happy. It's probably going back to like $2. Fucking even beyond is up. Hmm. This looks kind of weak. Oh, interesting. Is that freezing? What the fuck is going on? I wonder if that's the data provider or on our end. Hmm. I don't know what we're gonna do here. It looks a little bearish. Like there's puts at 62.90. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. I'm off this week recovering so I can be here all day and get some good trades in. I hope it's a fun one. Did well on a put when we broke down from 6,300 this morning. Cuckoo 5.
About the SPX 63, 62.85 bear put. So I was thinking a break of 62.95 would be bearish, but every time it goes there, it bounces. Well, until now. I mean, failed flag, right? I think honestly the resistance is more important than the support here. Like as long as it didn't break out above 300 and hold, it was probably gonna fail again. That was interesting. You have some other shit stocks I can sell bear calls on? Maybe. Bear calls on open are kind of nuts right now. Open, MBX. Kind of wild. I just bought 100 shares of FFAI. Oh shit. I'm off this week recovering, so I can be here all day and get some good trades in. I hope it's been a fun one. Did well on a put we broke down from 6,300. Nice, dude. No, I saw it. Did it not pop up on the stream? Like, I got the notification. I just didn't, I didn't see if it popped up on the stream or not. I had my futures broker open. It did? Oh, okay, cool. It's fucking gamma Vega neutral support is weird as shit. Hmm. Buy right on that one as well. I'm not sure if it goes up, yeah. Hmm. Yep, right back into the synthetic short. Looks like some 6,300, 6,305 calls taking profit. Some bot calls coming in out of the money. Careful of a breakout here off the higher low. Hmm. Hmm. Well, 200 FFAI sold to 250cc, bought for 350c. I'm ready to lose money. Nice. I wonder if bulls are going to try to push up through the synthetic short here. Seems like there's plenty of time. I will say the out of the money call buying is dwindling. Puts at 62.95 are picking up a bit. But someone's selling the 6,300, 63.05, so maybe a little mixed. Today we pushed for new all-time highs. I mean, no data now until like end of week. I think we have like home sales tomorrow. The 20-year auction might matter a little bit. ECB rate decision Thursday, but probably no change. Yeah, like Thursday, Friday. I guess we get S&P PMIs on Thursday. And we got a 10-year tips auction. Not a lot of data. This week's pretty light anyway. No, the synthetic short doesn't appear to be breaking down much. If anything, it's picked up some pets. Maybe a little. But not significantly, at least not yet. There's also sold calls and bot puts at like 05 and 63.10. So not only is there a big synthetic short, but it's a little bit defended also. You have that gap at 63.32 to fill. 2-cent gap to the upside. I don't know if that matters that much from yesterday, right? Ooh, FFAI pushing $3. Nice. We also have gaps to the downside at 98 and 95 if we reject here. Also, rejecting here is kind of bearish. Longer term. I could see pushing like 63.15 though. 10.15, somewhere in there. Finish out the head and shoulders on like the 1 hour. I left a few KSS December calls for runners. Do you think the run's done? Again, I don't have options data on KSS, so I mean, I can just tell you what it looks like from the technicals, which is massively, massively blown out on a probably. I mean, I guess I would consider it like an upside squeeze, but that sold off pretty fucking quick. Looks like it's failing here. So probably back to like 12 something. No idea why it ran in the first place. Probably just more like mid and small cap short covering on high beta shit. That whole like basket's just been fucking ripping. Like anything with beta greater than 1. Is that what you're dabbling with FFAI? No, I'm just fucking trying to grow this stupid shitty account. That I should have probably just started with more money. You have any products to shill today besides Gamma Strike? Is the chair I put up there still up? That's the only thing I want to shill. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the end of the stream, dude.
Welcome to the pickle jar where we send it all we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips. IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the 10 days come round. Food or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
Hmm. Whatever happened to the other versions of the Billionaire song? They still exist. Why? Can you play the sea shanty later? Which one? I just played the sea shanty. Are you talking about the other one I made? The OG? Wait, we have an OG sea shanty? No, I don't have any J&J calls. I had the other versions of the Billionaire song that I made.
In the land of the jar, we reach for the sky, slapping bids, selling rips, Ivy's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down, ride or die till the tendies come around. Moon or doom, ain't no in between, one good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame, billionaires rise, no risk, no gains.
It's just a lot of vocalization. Didn't you guys hear all the versions of this? How do you make these songs? Well, I write the lyrics, and then I use Sono to write like the music. And then like with the newer versions of Sono, you can customize the music quite a lot. So I can have like the song end with like an epic bass drum. That was terrible.
In the land of the jar, we reach for the sky, slapping bids, selling rips, Ivy's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down, ride or die till the tendies come around. Moon or doom, ain't no in between, one good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame, billionaires rise, no risk, no gains. It's go on down to the low, down, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made. Sealed in the jar, legends are made. Pickles up, 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 pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made. Watcha. Moon or doom, ain't no in between.
I made so many of these. Jesus Christ. I'll play Popcorn Song. What was this one?
Shine bright like an SPA.
I
Shine bright like an S.
forgot I made that. Why am I number 2? I barely talked. Don't worry about it, number 2. Can we see the delta? Yeah. Like I said, 310, 315, which actually lines up with the technicals. Because that would give us our shoulder. Came a little bit short this morning. Can you play Hot Pickle Summer? I don't have that song. The one before this one was dope too. I have a lot of them.
Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Welcome to the pickle jar, we send it or we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips, Ivy's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come around. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, hey. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, hey. Seals up, pickles are, legends up, hey. Legends are made. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame.
Ooh, we broke out. Give me one sec. Oh, wait. I'll just let these. You want the J-Pow song? Give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh, did it freeze again? Son of a bitch. What the fuck is going on? 1 second. Shit. Let's see what's going on with call buying here. Looks like bot calls out to 63.10. Sold puts coming in at 6,300, 6,305. So Bull's got the breakout. There's bot calls from earlier today out at like 335, 340. Looks like we're going straight to 10. Test at 63.15 would form the head and shoulders on the, like, out on the 1 hour. A little bit of profit taking on the 305s. Do you know your screen's blank? Oh, no, I did not. Um, still short. Looking for like a 63.57 retest on ES, I think. I don't know about getting out to 20. That seems much more difficult. Probably upside, probably the maximum of the like upside range is like 20-25. At least for now, with the current positioning. It's still a synthetic short. Although it has shrunk quite a bit. Yeah, I think it'd be really hard to get out above 20 or 25. Like 20 maybe could squeeze 25 end of day. Is the Head and Shoulders kind of descending? Is that a thing? That is a thing. Not really. Looks pretty textbook. I can double check, but it might be like slightly, but it'd be very slight. Mm. Since short's largely closed, but I think the price action from that's already mostly realized. There's still some, like, some of it left, but not a ton. This is turning to profit taking. A little bit higher support. Bot puts coming in 305, 300, 295, 290. That's going to change the upside range. Makes 25 a little more possible. The Hardy boning to 15, followed by a sharp to 6,300 interest you. I'd actually prefer we test 6,300 and then move up. I think that would be more stable. Hmm. Looks like the bot puts are mostly closing up here, so I guess we'll see if we get another uptick in bot calls. Mm. Pretty unlikely to fail, 6,300. No. Um, but we do have a little bit of support here. The majority of sold put support still at like 62.95 and like 62.80. So, I mean, we theoretically could fail. Maybe still rising here a bit. Yeah, inverse head and shoulders would be like off of the 6301 test. Hmm. Nice, man. That sounds tasty. Ah. What are they called? Candles. I think they came from like 18th century like Japanese rice traders. They drew them with a wax and wicks. So they were quite literally, because this shit's fire. What he said. Bot puts just ticked up at 6305. I would still like to see like a test of the delta flip. Like we have more support here than one would suspect. And bulls probably don't want to lose this level, but it might encourage more put selling near spot if they do. Munahisa yeah. Hmm. I don't think the Bulls are getting trapped here. They aren't buying very many calls, though. Still kind of like a low volume bounce. Slightly bullish for the Head and Shoulders on ES, though. Hmm. Yeah, I know. Carry trade started falling off a bit. Might be a good sign for some downside, but I don't know. There's some pretty weird shit with the short end yesterday. Your friends playing my close where you try to bullshit an answer for a term you don't know, then ask them, am I close? I think you'd be the champ. That'd be cool. Sounds fun. Do we need 6325? No, 6315 forms the head and shoulders. Mm. No, I didn't play QS at all. mean when orange gamma are aligned horizontally? Like these 2 points? Well, this is gamma at that strike. This is gamma exposure at that strike. No, I think I've done the research that I wanted to do on it. I'm still not entirely sure that, I mean, no, I'm done with the research on it. I'm just not gonna write it up yet. I usually pay attention to Gex. Is that a mistake? No. Mm. Mm. We already have total gamma on the chain. Hal earnings could be important for NOV. Are we finally gonna get the 6301 test? Ooh. Oh, news? No. Oh, I don't like that that's lower. sharp bounce off of 95. That's what the sold put support was. There's still bought puts at 6,300, 6,305. Oh, we just saw that Trump cut the tariff on the Philippines from 20% to 19%. What a deal. Yeah, we already have that. It's on the Greeks page. With total gamma and delta and skew adjusted gamma and delta on the chain. There'll be something similar for live data. Not the same. You have $5 CC's in danger. GM keeps moving up. A lot of 6 calls came in. I don't know. What are they for? I don't see a lot of calls on 6. It'd be very hard for it to go above $5. Yeah, I guess it depends on when they're for, but August 29th? I mean, maybe. Yeah, the options chain can change a lot between now and then. Ozzy died? Ah, that fucking sucks. Fubo joined the meme rally. My $4 CCs are making me a little nervous. It might. Doesn't he have like some finalization of like Hulu that's like their buyout of Hulu that's coming up? Put selling and profit taking. 62.95 was sold put support. Decent upside path now? No, not particularly. Still need bot calls to come in. There's supportive bot calls, but nothing to the upside. We're in the middle of forming the top of the right shoulder on SPX. Possibly. Mm. Hmm. No, path not path. The path to the downside is more resilient after that drop. Going all in on Tina. Hmm. There's some more call buying. A lot of put selling at 63.05 too. Positioning to hit 63.20 filled in. No. Things look maybe a little bit better for hitting 15. I still think 2025 is about the top of the possible range, and that's only if we start squeezing some calls here. The shoulders in the 1 hour played out. No, test to 63.15 for the right shoulder. Or 63.57 for ES, which would be that like 20 test. I don't think we're getting to 63.57 on SPX. Again, the top for the day is like 20 or 25. It's very unlikely we get above that. Same fucking resistance. Ooh, call buying out of the money. 20, 25, 30. Don't you hate it when private companies have big recalls for killing kids and you can't short them because they're private? I mean, yeah, I guess. How much trouble are banks and institutions in? Why are people starting to call for JPOW to resign? Why don't they understand the long end is gonna implode? Have you just, like, been out of the fucking loop for the last month? I'm gonna get much delta above 56. I mean, it doesn't matter if we get more delta up there. We can still push up into 15. If the bot calls out of the money keep coming in, delta will pick up on the move to the upside too. 15's definitely still resistance though. And we need to squeeze off the sold calls for delta to start moving up there. I'd say vol up spot up would be pretty bullish here.
Pickle in my jar member when I popped in.
We see like vol go up on like the 15 or 20 strike.
I got those fills on that big downses. I wanna squeeze some calls and sell some puts. Praise be to GS shill hug 5.
What are your thoughts on the current state? Oh, Pickle Morty, what's up, man? I popped in and asked if we could V after a bit of a dip. Got those fills on the big downsy. I want to squeeze some... What? Squeeze some calls and sell some pits? Praise be to GS. Thanks, man. think GS is frozen again. No, I don't think so. Maybe? Support here and then maybe try to push up higher. Shitload of bot calls at 63.25. Hmm. Why are they listening to Trump? He's the president. Hmm. 63.25 calls kind of falling back a bit. $63.20 calls picking up. Test of the head and shoulders right here. So either we break up or very important fail. Although not a test of the head and shoulders on futures, so that might be something to consider. Yeah. SPX shoulder was 63.14.96. We're a bit above that already, so probably go for the futures one. Which still has like $5 more. I feel like ES is more important here anyway. Still getting call buying 620.25. There's also still those bot calls out at like 35.40, which are weird. That might be like part of a spread. Yeah, I heard that Ozzy passed. LeBron hanging out with Kenny and Bezos is something I didn't expect. Huh. Gotta get him with the right crowd. Is it just being as high as the left shoulder from bottom to top? No, it's the top of it. Oh, you mean on futures? Do you need me to draw it? I mean, I can, I guess. Hmm. All up, holding 60, 313. One sec. All right. Most you're gonna get's like 495. That's the complex order book for you. Good. What do you mean? If you include what extended hours? It's on futures. And SPX doesn't have extended hours. I mean, technically. This is the head and shoulders on SPX, this test. Seems pretty obvious. But also on futures, and that's with extended hours trading. If we fail, yeah, we could fall back to 6,300, I guess. The only support here is 10, so might get another like little rally because all those bot calls are still out of the money, shriveled up. Like there's still like 1,200 bot calls sitting at 6,320. A lot of the 6,315s took profit though. FFAI looking bullish on the 1 hour. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. What if they capitulate and take the loss? They could. They're probably more likely to than not. One second. Sorry about that. And then a little head and shoulders. 1 minute. Any capitulation? Shit. Seems like there's a lot of delta. Gamma for 6,400 on Friday. Is that a realistic target? It's probably sold. Or at least it appears to be. I highly doubt giant misses on durable goods are going to be super bullish. On the Friday expiry, it's only net bought like 1,500 calls. The sold calls bail or hang on. There's still a bunch of bot calls at 63.20, but the everything, I mean, all these strikes from 63.10 all the way out to like 63.30 are sold. It's just all sold calls. So bulls either need to squeeze them, and then they can push out into the bot calls they have at like 35 and 40, or this is gonna fail. Because there's not very much sold put support till you get back down to like 62.95. They are selling more of the like 63.05 puts, but I don't know if that's going to provide any actual stability. And in failing, yeah, there's some short puts that would probably squeeze. New low on the carry spread? What? Don't listen to me, I confused myself. But they're starting to cost the same like shares again. That's because like longer dated IVs are starting to fall. Although VIX 3 months still really fucking high. Yeah, this isn't looking super great. Powell didn't resign. There's still bot calls at 63.20, but haven't sold off yet. Heavily invested in seeing if I can do anything other than lose $5 on this put spread. How's Hood worth 100? I don't know. That's where we're at. Bull's just gaining courage? I don't think so. They still like for bot calls, they still only have like the 6320, and there's just sold puts to the downside. 10, 5, 6300. So they tried to create some stability here. Hmm. Bot puts coming in 6315. My mom called you handsome. First you take my girl, and now my mom. Whatever took your girl? Ridiculous. She went willingly. It's fucking ridiculous. You and fucking rims now? Hmm. One of us. Such a wild spread that came in. I see it. Yeah, that's actually, there's been a lot of like a lot of like sub 5,000 like really wide spreads on EQ or ES rather. Pretty much all week. Costco is selling the overpriced golden kiwis, and they're amazing. That is all. Yeah, they are. Are you gonna write them a sexy love poem? We've got a crypto bot. Oh shit. Oh, it's been years. GS is frozen? I don't think it is. Is it? Might have been. Hmm. Yep, it was. I wonder if this will fail. I could see us drop into like 305 maybe. 6,300 retest seems a little difficult. We're buying the 10 and the 20 call still. Hmm. Breakout. Hmm. 3,063.20 calls now. Hmm. Winbrug. I got 20 minutes. Hmm. My 6320s. It's my birthright. I think it would be cool. Explain what the TAS, BTC, and F futures trades are. TAS. Like the traded settlement ones? I have no idea. I don't really trade crypto futures much. They're like if they work the same as other like traded settlements, then it's like um they like you're not agreeing to the future price now. It's like you're taking today's official settlement price for the contract. You have like future or spread, and then you have the root codes, block size in contracts. Then you have like buy sell. And then for the price you have like the TAS offset and ticks. So 0.00 is exactly at the settlement price. 0.-25 on like F would be like 1/4 tick below the settlement. So and then like or like +4 would be 4 ticks over settlement. So it'd be like sell. So it's like sell, like for the BTC one, it's like sell the July BTC at 0 ticks, and then buy the August BTC 4 ticks over. I think. 10 minutes left till close. OPEC shitco squeezing? Yeah. There's a bunch of that going on. $305 close. Well, that would be cool. Right now, that would mean squeezing off a lot of sold puts to the downside. Ooh. Tiny dump? So take her with the doctor. Alright. This is kind of interesting if this keeps selling off here. This 20 calls are gonna, like, keep closing, I think. Uh, there's like fucking still like 1,800 of them. That's not in GS. I have my own data. Still 4 minutes left. Oh god, you remember that shit? That went nowhere. Hmm. Squeeze the 15s. Perfect bounce off of the 10. Will GS be like a Bloomberg terminal for retail someday? Hopefully better. Bloomberg terminals kind of suck. Was JPO boring this morning? He didn't even like comment on anything. He just talked about like risk management. 1 minute left. Ooh, that's kind of spicy. Oh, goody. I got, my fucking 6310s closed at, 45 cents each. That's kind of cool. Nice. Alright, well, not bad. That's some 15p for 60 cents? Oh, nice. Yeah, I had the 10 at 5 cents. Well, I guess like 7.5, but Soulbones and 10 got fucked. Yeah. They did. Alright, so fucking kinda just flat day. Boring. Not much to say about it. We did drop this morning down and kind of filled the gap and got a lower test here. It does look like we're kind of forming a head and shoulders on the SPX out here. Obviously the rejection at 15, not fully confirming that yet, but at a loss of 6,300, I would say that it's confirmed. And the neckline on that is a retest back at like 62. So, important to watch. We can watch that over here on ES as well. The failure in the overnight session back below the prior week's open. So like 63.35 might be a decent signal. And then like minor support at 63.15. Bigger support back at the prior all-time high, like 62.89. Dollar down most of the day. Yields at the top end of the curve also continuing down. 20-year back under 4.9. Still nothing to contest Waller's statements that they're willing to do a rate cut at the July meeting. So we're still seeing yields fall. But if yields remain low into the meeting, and the meeting ends up being no effective change, rates are likely to move back up quickly. Also, it's going to probably kickstart Trump's more of Trump's push to get J-Pow out of the Fed. Precious metals up pretty much across the board. Copper up, oil down a little. So energy doing meh. Correlations. I guess correlation picked up throughout most of the day. Tomorrow night, we're going to get tech earnings. So we might see correlation continue to rise into tomorrow. I know the technical setup is a little bit bearish, but we may continue to see people lever up in the underlyings going into like Google, Tesla earnings. Obviously not the most remarkable of the Mag 7. We'll get far more information next week with like 30% of the S&P reporting. Bond volatility still sucks. Carry trade leverage is breaking down pretty rapidly as the yen rises against the dollar. We see a big turnaround on the 6-month leverage where it peaked, out at like 7.2x, now back to 6.8. But leverage here on the 10-year at like 8.5x. Bond curve still picking up, and the forward yield on volatility is still rising. Some of that may be event vol though. Skew still shooting up. Stocks above their 20-day moving average at about 55% of the index. stocks above their 50-day moving average starting to fall. And 200 days pretty steady still. So some of the bigger movers starting to sell off a little bit. Big drop in fucking correlation between VIX and cash VIX. Remember, tomorrow's the VIX-piration. So tomorrow's settlement for the VIX contracts post OPEX. That's kind of fucking nuts, honestly. That's a 12% drop in correlation. That might be somewhat significant. Generally, like, those big drops precede larger moves to the upside. So either we're seeing like shortfall lever up massively on further time frames, or we might start to see volatility turn around a bit. And the forward yield on volatility is kind of indicating that it's going to turn around. Fed fund futures, not really moving much. I guess slightly more rate cuts priced in for like mid-2026. Bear steepener's pretty flat too. So out here, you know, we still have the rejection off of that upper trend and this kind of widening formation. There is a head and shoulders here on the daily. Obviously 6290 failure, which we just got a bounce from slightly below, so it's like a little bit lower. If this pulls back further and retests that 6290 level, that might be like the signal of the failure. Otherwise, I would say just push up to the upside. There's really no data, I don't think, to stop us. There was a pretty decent sized pullback in tech today. Which is interesting, but and some rotation. It looks like health technology taking off, you know, consumer durables, consumer non-durables bouncing back, consumer services doing okay. Yeah, all right. Texas Instruments tanking in after hours. Alright. Yo, you know who had really bad fucking earnings today? LMT. We were talking about this on the Sunday stream. The defense contractors and the manufacturers taking massive fucking hits from preloading into dropping demand on tariffs. So far, LMT proving that out big time. LMT took a 10% hit this morning. I'm short like the sector, but not LMT directly, so I did okay, but not great. What were you saying about that, Rims and Tims? You said aerospace and defense was doing just great, right? Awkward. Anyway, that's all I got. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I hope everybody has a good night. Later.